Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hi, Shada. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Ryuki. Hello. Why am I not moving? Okay, wait. I swear it's like every time when I didn't stream for a while and then everything just like sets to random stuff. It's weird, but it's all good. How are y'all doing? I hope you are doing good. Closed captioner, this one. The chat. I'm still okay. Right, I'm feeling a little bit better now. Yeah, chat box is still weird. Afternoon. Afternoon, Ryuki. The combo is doing. I'm doing, well, believe it or not, I'm doing a lot better than the past few days. I had a good lunch. Hi, Ingrid. Still coughing, not good. Oh, believe it or not, it's a lot better than the past few days, yeah. I'm having some... What do you call this? Strepsils, it's what it says. This thing helps. I hate to admit it. It's like some sort of minty sugar? It's not really sugar, it's not sweet. It says soothing relief for sore throat, but I'm not having a sore throat. Here, let me get this one. But yeah, I'm doing a lot better than the past few days now. Still a tad bit sick, but only just a little bit. I'm slowly recovering. And yesterday my sister went back to Czech Republic, so a little bit sad about it, but it's okay. Here, let me get this one more. Yeah, this thing helps me cough a little bit less, honestly. I'm surprised. I was like, huh, it's just a little bit of a tablet. it's just a bit of a tablet, and it works. Also, I might have lied a little bit, right? I did mention on Discord that I want to play Power World today, but I didn't realize Tekken 8 came out the day after I streamed, so I want to play Tekken today. I want to go through the story mode with you here. So that's why I want to play some Tekken 8. I want to go through story mode together. Have a good time, honestly, right? Also, I know I've been out for quite a bit. I didn't do anything to be honest. I've been not lazy, but I've been recouping, right? I'll say recouping. But now I'm more or less going back to my going back to normal schedule now. Now a lot less sadness involved, you know. Yeah, like I said, I was slowly adjusting, and everything is doing pretty okay now, right? Just, oh yeah, I forgot. So this Buddhist thing, right? On day 49, I have to go back to the what do you call that? Funmu. Give me a second. On day 49 and also day 100, but because I'm the only biological male, so I have to +1, so 101 day. Let me see. Oh, grave. Yeah. So on day 49, I have to go back to the grave to like perform another ritual. First up is day 7. Day 7 is already done. We call them 头七. Yeah, 头七, 尾七. And then 100 days, and then depending on how many sun he has, which is 1, me. So you +1 day, so it's 101 days. And also during these days, like there's some sort of taboo that I cannot do, is that I cannot Oh yeah, this year I cannot celebrate birthday, and I cannot blow out candles. I cannot... Oh, okay, and then for 3 months, I cannot cut my hair. I cannot shave. Yeah, those kind of taboo. It's kind of weird. It's the first time I'm heard about it, but best to respect than to ignore it, right? So yeah, that's why. It's pretty interesting too. When I first heard about it, it's like, ooh. Hi Evie. What did it repeat like that? Hi Joe. It's shocking, right? I think it's pretty weird too. It's kind of wild. It's so weird. Alright, anyway. Here is Tekken 8. Why am I gone? There it is. There I am. I'm putting myself here. I'm here now. Alright, I'm here now. Also, this is the best music. This one. Elegant Palace. Best music. It's so good. I like. Alright. So, also, I played a little bit of Tekken 8 online ranked. 2 days ago, I found a rage quitter within the first hour here. Within the first hour, I found a rage quitter against Akuma. I was like, I guess I still got it. Hi, Ion. Welcome, welcome. Akuma made it. No, Kuma, not Akuma. There's no Akuma. I hope you're doing good though. Yeah, Kuma. I'm a Kuma main now because Kuma is now actually viable. It's still tough, but it's a lot better than the previous Tekkens. Like, honest. Okay, let me switch this one off. There we go. I think my PC might be able to handle Tekken 8. This is like the minimal amount of things that I need to open. These are like the necessities. Here's open. The bear's findings always scared me. Yeah, but bear honestly, yeah, bear is kind of scary. When you don't know the matchup, bears will destroy you. Pretty much bear is like a lab character. If you don't know the matchup, you dead. But of course, this applies to like all the characters in the game. But bear especially, yeah. Bear will knowledge check you forever. Me never lab. Honestly, same. Who labs? I don't lab. I don't want to lab. I'm here to play games. I'm here to press buttons and win. Right?
Hello. Remember to open up the subtitle. Thank you.
It's open, right? Hi, Jade. Still don't know what it's for, but I press it. It's for a reminder. It reminds me to open up subtitle when I forgot about it. I'll try and waiting for match. That's fair. Looks good so far. Oh, also I did a small upgrade for my PC. My sister brought her old 1070 graphic card for me, and I changed it. It works. It's helping. Also, I hope you're doing good, Jake. Welcome in. This is what I've been going for, but if this lags... Here, let me try. Let's go practice. and then we're gonna go through the story mode and maybe play some ranked. Kuma. Now this is the best.
Asuka Kazama.
Let's go to the best stage. It's either this or this. Oh, this is really good too. Let me go here.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god, the frame drop. It's not that bad, but I do need a consistent 59. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. Oh yeah, Kuma can charge attacks now. So down back 1-2 can charge. While sending 1-2 can charge. In hunting 1-2 can charge. These are the ones that I know. And downfall 1 changed. Downfall 1-2-1. Now it's downfall 1-2-1+2. It's not as good, I feel like, because even the second it's unsafe. Minus 11. I guess Kuma's downfall 1 has always been kinda bad. But now I have to use this one. No range fast mid. Safe mid check with no range. It kinda works. I think the game's kinda loud. Give me a second. Is the game kinda loud? I don't know. Need a cliff map so we can drop Kazuya out of it. Hey, probably. A little bit? Okay. The music? Okay, let me just tone down everything. The game looks good, by the way, like... not much lag. There's an arcade mode, yeah. I think I just do like 3. Yeah, maybe something like this. Maybe one more. Who is training Kuma now? Kuma... I think Kuma trains itself. Because Kuma wants to realize... Kuma wants to realize his dream and also Heihachi's dream. Nice, there we go. Okay, let's go story mode. Oh, I also went through a few character episodes, but since these ones are like off like the side story stuff, I watched them. Yeah, these are like the funny endings. I love it. They brought back the character endings and they're great. I don't need that. How is Dragunov? I never played Dragunov, but Dragunov feels good in this game. I never played Dragunov. Since the while running move is way easier to do now, yeah. I just spam while running too. Oh, he's your main 7. Okay. I'm excited for the story because there's no more narrator.
Mishima 平八が消えてから半年、ようやく掴んだチャンスだ。ああ。今日こそ世界の敵を撃つ。すべてはあいつにかかっている。風間陣。
Can't listen or hear as I'm still in class with a student while they write their paper. Just coming in to say I hope you're doing at least a little better and hope you stay wonderful girl. The other hugs, 3 mum hugs.
3 mum hugs. Thank you, Bailey. Good luck with your student. And thank you. I am doing a lot better now. Thanks for the subscribe. That was cool as fuck, by the way. Hi Legs, Tekken, yeah. Tekken is here finally. Thanks again, Bailey. I know you cannot hear me, but yeah.
世界に戦争の種をばらまいた大罪人が今さら何の用だ。三島和也。お前の存在が。 世界に争いを抜かせ。その戦争を始めたのは貴様だろう。
抜かせ。
すべてはデビルの血を根絶するためだ。貴様は自分自身すら否定するか。愚かだ。風間陣。
Sick. Oh, it's so good. God damn. Oh god, leg. Hell sweep. Oh god, I know how to play tropes. Really? Am I playing on hard? Oh, how do I combo? How do I play Jin? How do I play Jin? How do I play Jin? Okay. I think I'm playing on hard. Oh my god, asshole. What? Oh, back tree, back tree. Let's go. Dodge. Oh my god. Another one. Another one. Another one. Why do you keep ducking? Ow. punish those.
貴様は多くの人間を犠牲にした自覚はあるのか。俺は罪を償わねばならない。
Tekken 6 cutscene, let's go.
デビルの力を持つ者として。貴様、俺が殺す。
Heart is the best. Mies, hi. Hello, Mies. It's been so long. Oh my god.
さっさとデビル化するがいい。お前を殺し、すべてを終わらせる。
Oh god, I have electrics now. That's all electric. Oh, I have 112 now. Oh, 1-2. It's minus lane. Oh god. Way too long? Yeah. How are you doing? You doing on story today? Probably not. I'll do like a few hours, I guess, and then... Sick. I'll do a few hours of this and then... ranked, probably. Oh, my PC's dying from that. He has side street combo? I have no idea. I know Kazuya doesn't have any. I'm training for Pad? Oh, sure. I'm training Kuma though. I main Kuma. Oh shit. What's the combo? Electric into Rage Art, I guess. Oh! Ah, no, 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 no. Sick. Zafina? Ooh, okay. What the fuck? Oh, scripted.
力に飲まれたか。覚悟も執念もお前は全てが浅い。
They try out Jack. Jack's more Giga skills was ass. I mean, yeah, Gigas was tough. Hi, malicious magpie. Sorry. Welcome, welcome.
Admiral, a few city blocks have been lost. The top brass has given us attack orders.
C'est inutile. Ignorez ça. Reben, donnez la priorité au sauvetage des survivants. Vous vous montrez finalement tel que vous êtes vraiment.
Victor cool. I had a big glass of water today.
武器や兵器に頼りすぎ軟弱な生物と化した。この世界を牛耳っているのは自ら戦うことを忘れた弱者どもだ。臆病者が作った社会やルールに
Is there ad break going on? Oh god.
バカバカしい。目を覚ますがいい。くだらぬ世界のルールを俺が書き換えてやる。ふん。あの部隊との通信途絶。軍事衛星が次々と撃墜されています。俺が支配する世界で生きる資格があるのは力を示せる者だけだ。ここに俺はザ・キング・オブ・アイアンフィストトーナメントの開催を宣言する。強き者はトーナメントに集え。己の拳で栄光を勝ち取るがいい。ただし力を示せぬ弱者は国ごと消えてもらうことになる。
Hi, Muffin.
さあ、
So much pets and boops.
世界を
Thank you, Muffin.
闘争で満たせ。
So much pets and boops. Hope you're doing it.
負けたのか。俺はお前に飲まれなどしない。俺はあいつとは違う。俺は
Oh, Edward.
友人風間の拳は
I'm doing a lot better now. At least a lot better than the past few weeks. Yeah. Dream World Yakushima? Has to be Yakushima, right? You know, I know it's kind of a fool's errand to think about this, but I want Azazel to be back. How? I don't know, but I want to look at Azazel again. Or Azazel. I don't like how Azazel is only in Tekken 6 and then nowhere else. I like Azazel for obvious reasons. A little bit better is good. New DLC Azazel Fina. What? This person looks like Leo. That looks like Tekken 6 Leo outfit. Kobo Zerain, hi. Move third. Ooh, another dragon? Yeah. Nice.
It's been 1 week since Kazuya Mishima, head of G Corporation, shot down the key military satellites. While the militaries of the world are unable to function, the qualifiers for G Corporation's tournament have begun. The whole world is watching this tournament that gives power to the victorious country and levies penalties on the loser.
I like dragons.
ベッドの上は1週間で飽きたかいつまでも寝ていられるか
Hey yo? Alright, okay.
どれぐらい動けるようになったか試してやる
Every character is part of the main story, Avengers style? Okay.
その覚悟見せてもらおう
Stick! Oh my god. Oh god. Wait. Oh, you don't have devil power anymore. Hi, Brian. Oh my god. What? Is it my input error or? Oh, there it is. That feels weird.
2人とも悪い知らせだリー何があったジンの筋力反応すべての値が低下している別人と言ってもいい
Oh no.
ジン、デビルの力を見せてみろ。
Yeah, Lee looks so good though. Uh-oh. Why
瓦礫
Damon?
に埋もれた俺を助けてくれたそうだな。アリサ、感謝する。
当然のことをしたまでです。ジンさんはみんなの希望であすけ。ジンさんの誰より強い意志と覚悟をみんなが知っています。
I'm watching a movie. Oh my god, this is so good.
あまり抱え込まないでくださいね。
みんなの希望か。希望をつかむには俺の手は汚れすぎた。
It's so good. It's way better than Tekken 7.
デビルの力について調査依頼している有識者とは近々合流予定だ。
それとトーナメントを妨害する件だが、
アリサを送り込むしかないか。
待ってくれ。俺をトーナメントに出場させてくれ。俺のデビルの力は戦いの中窮地に陥った際に発現した。力が蘇るとしたらそれもまた戦いの中でだ。カズヤ主催のトーナメントだ。G 社が仕掛けてくるかもしれん。それでも行くのか。デビルの力は必ず取り戻す。そして次こそは差し違えてでも奴を殺す。
More pets?
いいだろう。だが予選大会は3日後だ。それまでもう少しまともに戦えるよう準備しておけ。ああ、恩に着る。
Streamlabs? Oh, that one. I'm okay. It's weird because talking triggers the cough. It's so weird.
You to keep your promise now that you beat me.
Yeah, I won't let him go unchecked.
Oh,
Give
cool.
Kazuya a nice smack in the face.
Here are the fighters that will move to the main tournament after winning the qualifiers for each region.
Oh,
First up is the European B block.
this is just
All
Lily.
eyes are on this next fighter, Lily from Monaco. The final tournament will
Let's
certainly
go.
be one to watch. Next, the South American block winner is an MMA star who has jumped into the spotlight, Azucena M. Ortiz from Peru. Last is the North America B block winner. The hero who saved New York rises to the challenge again, Leroy Smith of America. It's an impressive lineup of fighters. We'll be looking forward to seeing them in action. These exciting block qualifiers will definitely keep us all watching.
人類よ、戦いに教本しろ。世界を混沌で満たすがいい。
That's a cool effect.
準決勝進出おめでとうございます。
Who?
はじめまして、ジン先輩。私、レイナって言います。私も三島高専に通ってて、ジン先輩の噂いろいろ聞きました。
Oh.
あれ、完全スルーですか？
Poor Reina.
私が次の試合で勝てば、ジン先輩の次の相手は私です。必ず勝ちますから、その時はお手合わせお願いします。
That's not the Reina that I know. Dude, she is good.
今のところ G 社の介入は見受けられません。
で、彼の調子はどうだい？
なんとか勝ち上がってはいますが。
デビルの力が戻る様子はないか。
ベスト4最後の一枠を掴んだのは無名の新人レイナ選手だ。
ジン先輩、勝ちましたよ。
続きまして、
Is that really the Reina? She's so different in the trailer.
三島高専の退学中、入学以前にも不審なデータはありません。
では G 社の資格という線は
なさそうですね。
なんと瞬殺。
お、
韓国のファラン選手、圧倒的強さで決勝へ駒を進めました。
手強い相手ですね。
準決勝を勝ち抜いたとして、今のジンが勝てるかどうか。
ただいまより準
split
決勝
personality.
第
Oh.
2試合を行います。
No, she don't need fixing. Yeah. She good. She good.
ようやく戦えますね、ジン先輩。私、試合の時は荒っぽくなるので気をつけてくださいね。
レディーファイト。
Damn. Oh. Bitch. Bitch. They don't fall for it. Thank you. Alright, thank you. Ow. Oh. Wait, Tekken 7 here actually rage art? Damn, okay.
どうしました？亡霊でも見たかのような顔しちゃって。貴様が覚醒する原因となった技、とくと味わい。
Why you keep ducking? Best combo, let's go.
地を脅かすほどの危機がデビル化の鍵か。
Are you trying to help or?
面白い。枝だ。ゴーさんです。ゴーさん。
勝者風間仁選手。
Lars key charge BS with the boobs.
また力に飲まれかけていたのか。おっとバラン選手が段取り無視で登場だ。
적당히 몸이 풀린 것 같군.
フォーラン
네 몸이 다시 굳기 전에 싸우자고. 가자마 진.
Okay.
それでは始めましょう。
Cool.
レディーファイト。
왜 그러냐 가자마 진. 야 진짜 네 실력을 보여봐.
You asshole. You did. You did. Ooh. Oh, that's different.
熱い。俺はこの熱をいつから忘れていた。
설마 이걸로 끝은 아니겠지?
Hey, why you keep charging? Oh. I'm blocking. Yo, that's cool. QTE? Okay. Oh yeah, this one is good. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Oh! So I have health signal? Oh god, I'm dead. I'm not dead. Don't do a move. You will. I told you. Ten hit combo. Let's go. Sick. Oh my god. Is this everything you hope for and more? And even more. I'm okay.
럭키 펀치 같은 걸 맞아버리다니. 아이 귀찮아.
That is so hard.
넌 기묘한 힘을 가진 것 같은데 그것도 포함해서 너야.
Weird ass power? Sounds about right.
아, 재미없어. 저런 얼간이한테 지다니.
진先輩。
お前はレイナか。
実は私、ジン先輩にお願いがあるんです。
Is she good? Is she bad? I don't know. I like her though. Reina good. A lot of purple. I like purple. For obvious reasons. Wait, I'm in chapter 4 already? Weird ass added to your daily language.
The woman you were looking for was with a serious marksman.
奴らがイタリア国内から出ないよう監視を続けろ。
Oh, it's them.
ザフィーナさんとクラウディオさん
L'antico demone
Weird ass
Alzaz
power.
è stato sconfitto da Jin Kazama. Adesso è sigillato nella tua mano sinistra.
However, we are still in danger of annihilation.
Tafina.
Jin Kazama has lost his light, and Kazuya
Hello.
Mishima's ominous glow grows ever stronger.
Mutate Might Man Bet.
Colui che distruggerà il mondo.
Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
To prevent this fate, we must seek Jin Kazama.
Funny words, magic woman.
私も連れて行ってください。かっこよかったですよ、ジン先輩。
お前はレイナか。
実は私、ジン先輩にお願いがあるんです。私にも三島和也を倒すお手伝いをさせてほしいんです。
それはお前が使った技と関係があるのか。
三島流の技ですか？あれは動画サイトの見よう見まねですよ。
I don't trust you.
疑わしいからこそ放ってはおけない。そうだろう、風間ジン。
And you know too.
Gute Güte! Was für eine Ehre, von Präsident Lee höchstpersönlich begrüßt zu werden.
遠路はるばるようこそ、ニクラス・クリーゼン教授。君は確か以前の大会で。
Leo?
Oh, das ist Leo, mein Aushilfsassistent.
Hocherfreut, Sie kennenzulernen. Mein Vater und ich fühlen sich geehrt.
That's it. Oh. Yeah, I think that's German, yeah.
Jin Kazama, der Mann, der Unfrieden über die Welt brachte. Willst du im Sparring gegen mich antreten?
Okay.
Fight!
Ow.
彼はもう昔のジンではない。詳しくはイタリアへ向かう途中で説明しよう。
Ich würde gern von unseren Forschungserkenntnissen über Devil Bericht erstatten. Es gab zahlreiche neue
Stupid
Entdeckungen.
truck. I don't know. Need to know what's happening next on the story page. Me too.
教授の推論をまとめると、デビルとはアザゼルの力を分け与えられた特別な人間であると。
Oh my god, look at Azazel.
Genau. Azazel, der einst unseren Ahnen erschien, schuf sich die Teufel als seine Sippe. Die Teufel berufen sich auf ein bestimmtes Gefühl, um übermenschliche Kräfte zu erlangen. Und dieses Gefühl ist Verlangen.
和也との欲望の力の差が勝敗を分けたか。
覚悟も執念もお前は全てが浅い。
Ich habe in deinen Fäusten nicht das Verlangen gespürt, zu siegen, zu nehmen oder zu zerstören.
ですが、欲望がなければ三島和也には勝てないんですよね。
Aber ich habe es gespürt. Ich kann es nicht in Worte fassen. Ein warmes Gefühl, wie ein gerade angezündetes Kaminfeuer.
It's the first time I heard German talk.
Halte deine tiefsten Wünsche in Ehren.
風間仁、お前がどうやって力を取り戻すのか、じっくり観察させてもらおう。
I feel like Reina is the person who would backstab the winner to take the win towards the end. I feel like that's Reina.
If the tournament completes at this rate, the nation's hierarchy will become solidified.
Qu'une hiérarchie s'établisse et que les humains commencent à se battre. C'était justement pour empêcher tout cela de se produire qu'Eihachi Mishima avait affronté le démon.
Heihachi Mishima is dead. However, a man
Nice Tekken 5
with
reference.
bloodline and ambitions is trying to face off against the devil as a human.
Lars Alexanderson, le lion de la rébellion. Très bien. Contactez Yggdrasil.
Yeah, German sounds kind of. It sounds kind of funny, but also very cool.
À pouvoir contrôler l'équilibre des puissances de ce monde.
I want to hear Leo talk more. Hi, Roxas. Tekken 8. Tekken 8 good. I'm already at chapter 5 in less than an hour. We lost Mox.
J'étais amené
Yeah.
à Rome afin que tu puisses me voir triompher en personne. Mais tu sembles bien insatisfaite. 自家用ジェットで無理やり連れてきといて、何が連れてきてあげましたや。
응? 넌 진의 동생이던가?
いつも兄が世話になっとります。ってちゃうわ。で、あんたはジンの応援か？
뭐? 그럴 리가 없잖아. 난 미시마 카지야를 때려눕히기 위해 온 거야.
Hey, yo, Steve?
It's finally here! The fighters will battle for personal glory and the fate of their countries. The battle to decide the ranks of the new world begins now!
Oh my god, sick. So many Tekken 5 references. It's so good.
The first match of the first round is about to begin.
the middleweight boxing champion of the world, the genius of the ring, descends to the Coliseum! Stage 5! Let's go!
Cheeks.
A tenacious will and a body of iron. This powerful pro wrestler takes his opponent's attacks and returns them with interest.
With interest? Oh my god, wait, Tekken 5 character select music? I'm gonna cry.
Choose your fighter.
Wait, I get to choose? I'm using Steve King. Steve King. I'm using Steve King.
Wall of muscle can't stop me. Get ready. Come on. Fight.
That's a high, right? How do I play King?
To take a punch from a boxing champion.
Ow. Ow.
Smash.
Easy.
The winner is
Now, it's time for the second match of the first round.
I don't think that's a hate smash.
the self-proclaimed best fighter in the universe is Phoenix Smasher.
Yo, Tekken 6 character select music.
In his way. This carnivorous beast invaded the Southeast Asia.
Let's go.
Oceania qualifiers and clawed its way to victory.
Let's go, Kuma. That
Choose your fighter.
that run forward move is 4-1+2.
Kuma, Paul Kuma.
I'm playing Paul Kuma. Oh, Kuma is Heihachi style advanced Kuma Shinken?
Get ready.
I have combos.
I'm winning this match.
Nuh-uh.
Look who's talking.
How are you understanding what they're talking? Come on, get hit. Thank you. Oh my god, I cannot. I can do that too.
Next is the third match of the first round. The fighters who made it through the qualifier blocks will move on to round 2.
His chameleon-like style of martial arts
Hey, think I take tournament
turns
2?
his enemies into dust. Shahi!
5 minutes when Kuma did hey 1 back 2 1. Kuma is perfect.
Captures his prey with cool-headed combat sambo techniques and squeezes the life from it. Sergei Dragunov!
Choose your fighter. Shaheen, Sergei Dragunov.
Sergei Shaheen?
Sergei Shaheen, Sergei Shaheen.
Sergei Shaheen?
Sergei Dragunov.
I'm playing Dragunov.
Get ready.
Oh, it's just that good. Can even stand there? I know, right? Down for one, down for one, down for one. I'm dead. 2, 2, 1, 2, 1. Down for 1, 2, 1. Down for 1, 2, 1. Easy game. I died. What's the combo? What is that?
The winner is Sergei Dragunov.
Easy game.
That's half of the first round finished. These have all been incredible bouts. This tournament will be one for the history books.
History books.
Now, before the excitement dies down, let's head right into the second half of round one. Round one, match 4. The winner here will move on to round 2.
Is a sword against the rules? Obviously. But ninjas don't abide by the rules. Yoshimitsu!
Hi, Brecky.
He runs wild
Welcome,
and
welcome.
leaves destruction in his wake. The man synonymous with violence. Brian Fury!
Ooh.
Choose your fighter. Brian Yoshimitsu.
The two characters I don't play.
Brian Fury.
Brian Yoshimitsu. I like Brian.
Get ready.
Let's go combo. Oh my god, combo. Let's go. You asshole. You did. You did. Sick. TJU, give the sub. I cannot even do taunt. How do you do taunt?
Now, it's time for the 5th match of the first
I like you
round.
too. Wow, Ryan.
Her hometown is kept secret at her request. But everyone knows who she is. She hails from the Ortiz farm, known for its Peruvian coffee. Who knows what this rising star of MMA will accomplish? Azucena M. Ortiz!
Choose your fighter.
I like Azucena.
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 Lily Azucena.
I'm playing Azucena.
El café es la bebida número 1 en el mundo. Je te prouverai que le thé est supérieur.
Down 2-3, right? I think. I think No. Let me try. No, get hit. Thank you. Oh, 1+2. I got it. And then 4, 2, 1, 4. There it is.
Emotional damage.
Nice start. No. Don't do it. I'm dead. Don't do it. Fine.
Get ready.
They don't. Oh my god, not. Ow. I'm dead. I'm dead. Auntie. Don't do it. Don't do it. Tina's Cafe? You must be one of the tea drinkers. The only real coffee enjoys to play Azucena. I'm drinking coffee right now. Azucena is still fun. Friendly fire. Ow. What kind of coffee? I have Indo Cafe. It's like 3-in-1 packet coffee.
Next is the 6th match, the final bout of round 1.
The man who once held the world in his hands as the head of the Mishima Zaibatsu, but later fell from grace. The man who lost control of the Zaibatsu. Jin Kazama! Marvel at his skillful techniques. The Grand Master of Wing Chun from the wasteland of New York. Leroy Smith!
Civet. Never tried it, but I could try.
I knew I'd meet you someday. I wanted to thank you for standing up to Kazuya Mishima in New York.
俺には力が足りなかった。そして今はあの時よりも。
Without heart, strength means nothing. Show it to me. Show me your heart.
Get ready.
Sick. Let's go. I got the best combo. Don't do it. I'm dead. Dragon cheese. Ooh, hi.
Get ready.
Another Tekken. Oh wait. That works.
Hesitation is a privilege of the young.
That's a nice angle. Ooh.
Have no choice. Your heart leads you down the right path. You like that?
Can I do it? I sure can. Oh, he's still there, the cane?
You've lost the power you once had. Am I right?
Hope you're doing good, Dragon Cheese.
Your fist told me about how you fear your own power.
I don't know how to combo. Oh my god.
You're not using the Mishima style techniques.
Let's go. Can we switch sides? Thank you. I cannot do right side Mishima.
Oh! Mirror reflecting your heart. You can't follow the path ahead of you. Fear in your heart.
Dragon. Worth. Dragon. Oh, scripted? Okay.
Jin Kazama, believe in your heart and let go of your fear.
Oh, okay. Shinjiru. Okay. Oh, sick. Okay. Oh. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, thanks. I'll take it. Ow. I'm doing great. Nice. FP brain bar right here. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, Jin has the back forward move, right? Back forward 1-2-1.
Get ready.
Oh, 2-1-2. go. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I want power. I wait. This is the bread and butter. Wait. No, wait a minute. I have to play through all of them again?
Your fist told me about how you fear your own power.
Panda is your favorite character? Nice. Mine's Kuma. Because I love Heihachi. That works.
You're not using the Mishima style technique.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. How are you not dead? Okay, I see how it is. It's scripted, it's scripted.
You can't follow the path ahead of you. Fear in your heart.
Tekken. Tekken. I like it. What do you mean, go?
Jin Kazama, believe in your heart and let go of your fear.
Can I skip this? Oh my god, I cannot. Wait, can I? No, I cannot. I'm gonna try. Back to one spam, I guess. I'm dead.
Like that? Your heart leads you down the right path.
Ow. Ow. I didn't touch that. Oh, back to one. Back 1-2, sorry. I better do it. I know you're gonna get hit by this. Okay.
The winner is Jin Kazama!
Do you see now? You beat me with your heart, not your strength.
I should put a skip rope. My skip rope. I need more strepsils.
力によって全ての序列が決まる。宣言通り、この大会で勝ち上がった国には相応の待遇を与えてやろう。
Damn, everyone likes it.
力による自由を謳歌するがいい。
Why are they liking it?
カズヤ、人間同士の戦いを煽るつもりか。だが
世界に戦争の種をばらまいた大罪人が。Do you see your past sins in Kazuya Mishima? Now answer me. Who are you?
俺は風間陣だ。
Okay.
If you know your enemy and yourself, you'll never be in danger. Looking back on the past is the job of old men. Believe in yourself and look to the future.
Damn, Leroy's sick.
Stando al futuro che hai visto, succederà qualcosa di grosso.
If we don't act now, Jin Kazama, the light of the Red Star may never return.
Do you have the pulse? Kazuya has the pulse too. How long is the story? Chapter 6. Okay, let's play the last. Let's play this one as the last chapter.
Appelez-moi Victor. Je n'aime pas mon nom de code.
Et you?
En avant. Protégeons la dignité de l'humanité.
Yoshi, 作戦開始だ。
始まったか。
Je ne peux pas laisser le tournoi continuer. Que tout le monde parte immédiatement.
Wait, everyone has dark aura?
It won't be long before.
Oh. What are you doing to Magic Lady? Oh. Is she dead? She is dead. What? Not to Zafina. What the fuck?
이게 어떻게 된 거야?
Did Kazama return to the point of origin? In the place this all began, you must overcome great difficulty. That will show you a way.
Super Ten of these nuts. Oh my god.
To finally purge you of evil.
俺の始まりの地。
いいジン。風間の拳は。
福島か。
You will be a shining star of hope for everyone.
What?
Safina さん、しっかりして。
She
Tu as
dead?
mentionné Yakushima tout à l'heure. Si tu t'y rends, je vais faire préparer le jet.
God damn, Zafina just dead like that?
Tu devi vivere. Per il mondo. Per coloro che ami. Claudio, il est là lui aussi?
ラス、上空に強いエネルギーが集まっています。
No fucking way. No fuck. Wait, what? They actually brought. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I'm
和也の狙いはアザゼルの復活にあったのか。
ほう、あれが原初の悪魔か。楽しませてもらおう。
My fingers at F12. Oh my god, Azazel looks so good.
何を勘違いしている。
Damn. Sorry.
貴様が俺の一部となるのだ。
They actually brought back Azazel. I'm so surprised. Do I play as Azazel? Probably not. Maybe I play as Kazuya? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm playing Tekken 6 again, let's go. Ow. What the? What? One, two. Wait a minute. I didn't do that. Ow. Ow. That feels good. Ow, ow, ow. Ooh, Azazel looks so good. Look at that pink and purple tone. Oh my god. Oh, can you break the throw? Oh. Nope. Oh! Damn, okay. No. Is there more? No, I think that's it. No, it's so short. No. It's so short though. I want more Azazel. I mean, my Kazuya is too golden. Sorry. God damn, I want more Azazel. It's okay. That was so fucking sick though. Hi, Daiha. And God, use sacrilegious beam. Kobo use fist. There's T5's character slang music as T6 as well, and Tekken Tech Tournament 2 is there as well. It's so good. so many references.
Jin Kazama.
Oh, wait, that's chapter 6? It's such a cliffhanger, though. Okay, one more.
La tua forza non basta per sconfiggere quel demone. Ascoltami, devi seguire le parole di Zafina. È importante che tu torni all'origine.
Jin, お前にはお前だけがなせることがある。
君はもう一人じゃない。我々にも花を持たせてくれたまえ。
Oh, I still love Lee. Come on, Lee is still good. And Reina is so cool, but I don't trust her.
Excellent.
Excellent. There it is. Finally. Excellent. Someone's gonna die here. Excellent. Just one more chapter. Oh, that's cool. Fucking your father.
Ho ancora un asso nella manica. Puoi farmi guadagnare tempo?
Puis-je compter sur toi?
Osserva! Ora inizierò il rituale per esorcizzare il demone. Rilascio del sigillo!
귀찮지만 거들어주지.
Damn. What is that? Oh, the head. Did you just use your head? Oh shit. How do I play Reina? Reina, come on. B and B. What's Reina's B and B? Help. Electric. Oh! Hey, God damn, you Jinpachi shit! 1, 2. What the hell is that? 4. Hell Street? Okay. Hey, I did. Oh no! Oh, it's not scripted. Why is that? Why do you spin like that? I can do more after that? Okay, that's a laser. You and your armor, piece of shit. Down for 2, down for 1, down for 3, 2, 3, forward. Down for 2, 3. That's down for 2. Do you have infinite armor? Electric launcher? Mid? I think it's forward 2-3. Forward 2-3 4 1 + 2. Tornado. Okay, let me try.
Fight.
This, right? Oh my god, I can't react to that. What is that? I like that. That's cool. More? Oh my god, you know I'm sidestepping. Asshole! Oh, did I do it? Oh, okay, okay.
Fight.
You duck in Hellstream? Okay. Doesn't look like it. It tracks? That's stupid. Just block, just block. Just block this block. Oh no, I have to kill. I died from Chip? A fucking game told me that Chip will not kill. Okay, there's checkpoint.
Fight.
It fucking tracks. For 2-3, 4-2-3, 1 + 2, 2 bound. Okay. Four, 2, 3. Bam. Oh my god, if we keep doing that, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. It tracks. Ow. You fucking dick. I got this.
Fight.
Oh, that's so high. Oh. Oh. Can I give it 3 sides? That kind of works. No way! Chip kills? I don't like the chip kill. This is tough. This is tough. Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, are you dead? Oh shit. Oh my god. She did. Maybe she's good? No, doesn't look like she's dead.
Hey,
okay.
Est-ce que tout va bien?
Hi. 私、頑丈ですから。それよりも。
Allez, arrête de traîner.
Gli anziani non dovrebbero essere così insistenti. La barriera di contenimento è già pronta. Tu e i tuoi peccati sprofonderete nell'oscurità per sempre.
Oh.
C'est la lance de Céphalus.
Risplendi, mia stella!
Oh shit. Well.
人間風情が小賢しいまでを。
でも、それじゃあクラーディオさんは。
Io ho provato a usarti. Questa è la mia punizione. Ormai sono pronto da molto tempo. Tuttavia, non mi sacrificherò in vano. adesso tocca a te.
Oh my god. Good trade? Bad trade? It's not even a trade. Someone got eradicated.
やはり無駄死にだったな。貴様らも後を追わせてやろう。グハン。
クラウディオ、奴の狙いはこれか。
アザゼルめ、悪あがきを。今少し時間が必要か。
Okay. They did delay, I guess. My god, Claudio is just gone.
Je ne l'aurais jamais imaginé.
Half point? That was almost 2 hours. Okay, this is chapter 8. For real? Let's go play some online. We stop at chapter 8, right? No. We're just gonna go back to main menu. I'm gonna assume that I can just continue at any point. Oh. Azazel's Core? Chapter 6. Oh, it's for Tekken Ball. Okay. I can always play chapter 6 again, right? If I want to look at Azazel. Oh, that's good. Okay, so I can choose which chapter. That's good. Let's go play some arcade quest. Look for next time. And then I can just quickly go to ranked or something. I've been playing a bit of a ranked. I've been playing with Kuma. Yeah, my Kuma is now green rain.
Ryan Fury.
Get ready for the next battle.
My Kuma is green rank now. No, I don't want Wi-Fi. Fine. The bear. Hi, Caroline.
Get ready for the next battle.
Round 1.
Let's go.
Fight.
Oh, I did. Ow! Momo 1. 1-1-1. Oh, okay. You want to do that? Oh, you want to do that? Oh, you want to do that? I'll do it again. Oh shit, that was a... Oh, it's a multi-throw. Oh, it's a multi-throw. Help! Help! I don't want to break multi-throw. Let's go. Not the proper punish. That's gonna be upsetting.
Great. Round 3. Fight.
Oh. They can deliver after blocking one. You mean the alley kick? After the first alley kick, just let it rip? Okay.
Round 1.
One more one. Uh-oh. One. They're learning! Okay, do it again. Oh! Uh-oh. 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 Oh, they did it! I cannot take this one, right? Yeah, it's a guarantee. Ow. Uh-oh. You know, if I see that, I should just duck instead of trying to break that. Uh-oh.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. That works. Ow! Oh, they're blocking. Oh, what a block! I'll do it again. cannot just let it rip. That's not a key charge. I'm trying to do the dance. I think it's 2, 3, 4. I think I press I press 1, 3, 4.
Get ready for the next
Yeah, maybe
battle.
it's Tekken 7 Tech. It's okay. It's okay. It's Tekken 8. It's new. Things change. I'm surprised they're doing that and they can get to green rank. But then again, it's working quite well, I have to say.
Get ready for the next battle.
Can I do the same one? Oh.
Round 1.
1-1.
Fight.
Nice. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Electric! 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 Electric!
Round 3. Fight.
That was supposed to sidestep. Nice. Nice. You. Who can play that game? Don't. Ah! No, that doesn't work. I learned it the hard way. That doesn't work.
Fight.
Nice. Oh, I didn't block the snake edge. I suck. Nice mid. Ooh. Help. Who can play that game? Yeet. That's a really good Brian. Yeah, the Kuma has electric, has a charge electric and a normal electric. Yeah.
Round 1. Fight.
Stop that shit. Oh. Electric! Oh, sorry. Electric.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay. Nice. Stop. Electric. I messed up. Oh, I tried. Don't! Don't!
Fight.
Oh. That's guaranteed. Nice. Ooh. Nope. Oh, nice. Good shit.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice mid. Oh, I didn't block that. I'm a fraud. Oh. Oh, second hit.
Final round. Fight.
Uh-oh, I let it rip. Oh, I should have held it a little bit longer. Uh-oh. Ow. No, I'm dead. Good shit. Good brain. Alright, 1-1. I tried.
Round 1.
I'm ducking.
Fight.
I regret my decision. Stop. Electric. Nah, I'm hop kicking. I didn't break it. Oh, I'm dead. Nah. You always press a button after that.
Round 2.
I'm ducking again. Ow. Just let it rip, I guess. Nice, I ducked. Good shit.
Round 3. Fight.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'll stop. say. Ow. I got it, I bet. And with his smash, let's go.
Final round. Fight.
Hey, no. I messed up. I'll take it. I messed up the combo. GG. I think they know that I'm trying to catch the dig jab, so they stop doing it. They do dig jab after orbital after my back 2-1. So I tried to catch him. Oh. 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 Huh? Game died? Oh my god, game crashed. Game crashed. Hiya, why? I guess it didn't have enough CPU to handle it? Question mark? Probably. No. Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah, okay. I kind of want to play some Power Word too. Wait, come on, change to... I did play a little bit of Power Word for the past 2 days. Just a little bit, not as much. I think I found a dragon. I think I found one dragon. No, I'm sorry. Got Phoenix but not Dragon? Reina? Reina feels weird. I'm sorry.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god. My throat's itchy.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no, what is this? What the hell? Dude, what the fuck is this connection? Okay, it's getting slightly better, I think. Nope. How we fight? Nice patience. Oh, damn! They tried. How the fuck are we supposed to play this? My god. Nice punch.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Woohoo! Don't do a move. I told you don't do a move. Oh my god, sorry. Please bear with me. There's a lot of coughing going on. I'm sorry. Ooh, nice. Ooh, that's cool. Nice. How sweet. That's an insane hell sweep though? I don't want to fight against this, but I don't want to run. God fucking damn it. The connection is so bad. Connection is so shitty. Ow. Ooh. Damn! 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 Connection, it's so good. Should have expected that. Oh, nice. The duck, nice. Oh, I was on the ground. Okay, for a hell sweep, that's insane. Damn, how strong is Devil Jin? That hell sweep is stupid. Nice. Oh no. Oh no. Devil Jin is gonna be a menace in this game.
Get ready for the next battle.
I thought Devil Jin's hell sweep became weaker, but no. Devil Jin became so fucking strong. Oh no. Oh. The tech is still hold. hold up? I didn't know that. Yeah, when off axis, just hold up. Oh no. I thought it's Sunday, so there's gonna be a little bit more people playing. Let's see. Yeah. Hi, engaging comic. Thanks for the thanks. South Korea, okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
Uh-oh, lag. It has to load for a little bit.
Round one. Fight.
The duck? Okay. Why would you duck there? Okay. Look at it. Nice, that's a good punish. Let me try something. Oh! Damn, okay.
Round three.
Oh, don't hit. I keep getting baited. This is bad. Ugh. Very aggressive Jack. Thank you, comic.
Round one. Fight.
Second hit. Not punishable.
Round two. Fight.
don't hit. I forgot. Hey, I didn't break it. Nice. Don't hit. Knocks it. Good shit. Need to recognize the strings. The strings. Nah. Woohoo! Uh-oh. That's a 2 break. Whoa! Tekken 6 stage? Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
Ooh, I thought it's a low. Oh no. They know. I didn't even know about the stage. Holy shit, what's going on? I ducked. Am I dead? Come on. Nice, too late. Good shit. I tried.
Get ready for the next battle.
I did realize something though. It feels like this game rewards aggressiveness. It kind of feels that way. Like when I start to use these moves, the moves that give me plus frames, and then I get more momentum. Huh.
Get ready for the next battle.
The hug. I like hugs.
Round 1. Fight.
Camera? Okay, I don't know when to press buttons against that. Guess we're fine. Okay. Nice though. When someone's on my face, I don't know what to do against with Kuma. Nice. Ow. Too far? No, stop that.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice.
Final round. Fight.
Get robbed. Get robbed.
You win.
You gotta love the electrics, man.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Nice. Oh, I didn't duck it. I'm a fraud. I didn't duck snackage.
Fight.
Nice. They're not hitting that anymore. Oh. Nice.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. Ah, I ducked. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I forgot 3+1 is hunting.
Fight.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I don't know why I did that. I'm not dead? I'll take it. GG. GG, that was good.
You win.
The Solar Dragon, hi. It has been a while. Heck it, Kobo. I miss Kobo. I'm getting licked.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hello, Dragon. Welcome, welcome. It's been a while. I hope you're doing good. Wi-Fi? Oh no. Excuse me for a lot of coughing. I'm still
Get ready for the next
kind of
battle.
sick. Almost 100k Tekken prowess? Madame Kobo, maybe don't Madame Kobo now. Kobo's sick. Is that Bill?
Round one.
Is that Bill?
Fight.
Oh, nice. Woohoo! I did. Oh, good shit. That was nice.
Round two. Fight.
That's guaranteed? Oh, I'm dead. It's over. Uh-oh. Oh, that's guaranteed. Discovery.
Round three. Fight.
Nice. Expected that, did it? Too late. Oh, back one? Bad trade. Tough. Let's do it.
Round one.
1+2 on strong start. Nice punish. Ooh, so tough.
Round two. Fight.
I don't think... Is that punish? Yeah, I don't know what to do against Steve. I need to learn. That should be punchable, right? Nice. Thank you. Punish. Punish. Damn, so good. Nice.
You lose. I'm up for a rematch anytime. Get ready for the next battle.
Blame Cobalt until they get better. But I don't want to contaminate you as well.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's a first victor. Do I get strong? Immune system eat mere combo gems? Oh my god.
Je vais m'en charger.
Round 1. Fight.
Interesting victor. Electric?
Round 3.
Nice. I press 1. Oh, they got combos. Wow, combo, you barely won. I'm gonna cry.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, you want to play that? Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
punish. Electric, electric, electric.
Round 3. Fight.
Beyblade. Interesting, Victor.
Get ready for the next battle.
Como is up by your amazing jokes. Yeah. I mean, since I don't know how to make jokes, any jokes would awe me, I guess. Gosh, I'm so glad to be back here. It seems people know about this move. I did this move twice and then they all blocked it. Oh my god. Nest Kobo like egg? I'm a Kobo, not egg. Actually, is the game too loud? Now that I realized, I think the game might be a little bit too loud. Oh no. I just realized because I didn't even check. Oh no. I'll make it like this then. Oh, actually, I want to do some arcade quest. You know, let's do some arcade quest. Yeah, why not? Why not? This one. I get to make my own avatar, right? It's a little on the loud side, not too bad. Okay. Yep. Yep. And Kobo is making a yipping return. I remember when I was young, I went to an arcade station and played Tekken with someone else, thinking that I'm good. Back then I was still a child, I don't even know what I'm doing. And I was just like using back Tosan and just do 10-hit combo again and again. And then people think I'm good. But to those who knows me, it just side-eyes me so hard. It's so funny. Oh yeah, we looked at this, right? Let me know what you're wearing today and I come look for you. You should come back to Guild Wars 2 for your triumphant return. I don't know. I'm thick. I got the thick cheeks. Why is this one kind of scary? This one is just the emoji. I feel like Guild Wars 2, I played a little bit. It kind of makes me feel confused. Like after the first map, like the Ashen Plains or Ash or Plains or something like that. After that place and then to the new place, I just feel a lot confused. Like I don't know what else to do. It's like, which one do I want? Okay, the eyelashes. Let's see. Big eyelashes, big. I mean, if I want big eyelashes, either this one or this one. So it's just emoji. I'm scared. Why am I having difficulty deciding which face to use? Oh no. Just yeah, sure. Skin tone, purple. Eye color? I have green eyes. Like this green. I don't have hair. I play with you then, make Kobo less confused. Durgan's good for helping Kobo. I mean... sorry. Durgan is kinda good. Oh yeah. Durgan has been always good at helping Kobo. Eyebrow color? Oh shit. I have like a pinkish tone. Oh, can I change color? Surely I can change color, right? Why, game? Why? Okay, I'm using this one. That's good, right? Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Oh. Why is this a thing? Oh my god. I know to wear hat. Do Paul wear sunglasses? I don't think so. Paul probably does. Andresu? Okay, Tresu it is. Tresu. So I don't need lower body, I guess? Okay, no, upper body I can choose something else. See, when it comes to fashion, I have zero knowledge on fashion. I do not know fashion at all. In terms of fashion, I have zero knowledge, so... Well, I usually just go out with t-shirt and shorts. But I do honestly like some dresses, but since I'm the only biological male in this family, I cannot really... Well, I cannot really show that I'm trans, you know? It's kinda tough. This one plus this one. Wow. Alright, this one plus this one. Or maybe... Oh, yo. Alright, I win. Isn't this like auntie kind of fashion? Oh yeah. Oh, Yuffie! Hi Yuffie! Hi everyone! Captain Falcon's got cheeks? Captain Falcon? From Smash? I mean, I recently started playing Smash Brothers. Like, yesterday I started playing it. Hi, welcome in! Oh, is it not? I'm sorry. Also, sorry if I'm coughing a lot, just a heads up, I'm still very sick. Welcome in everyone. Hello Brenda, hello possibly Paul. Hello Yuffie. Oh, you're playing some Smash, okay. Yeah, Smash is fun. I just unlocked Bowser yesterday and it's like, my main. More Tekken? Yeah. Most people assume Captain Falcon is a Smash original. I'm just an F-Zero nerd. Oh, so Captain Falcon is from F-Zero, okay. Sorry, I didn't know. More Tekken 8. I just finished, well, I didn't finish, but I played through 7 chapters of the story and now I'm going through Arcade Quest. And then I've been playing, I also play a little bit of, Ranked as well just now. But then since not a lot of people is playing Ranked right now, so I just decided to go through Arcade Quest a little bit. And then I got my cum stain, I don't know why. So yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Tylra, I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. It's good to see you. It's good to see you too. It's been a long time. And also I've been on a big hiatus as well. Because something happened. Something big happened. Oh no, I shouldn't say something big. I should actually say something terrible happened. Because something big implying that it's good, it's not good. But I'm okay. Hi Fang. played the story first day. I went to blitz through it and it was really fun. The story is so good. It's really good. I'm Big EP. Have a good day. Hope things recover from the bad things. It more or less recovered a little bit. Yeah. My family has been going through rough stuff, so yeah. It's all good. It's not all good now, but we are slowly recovering. It's quite replayable as well. The story? It has. I kind of was too last year when moving. I heard you were moving too. Yeah. All right, this is my character. Can't wait to get it. Play Tekken 8. It's good. It's good. The movie's funny done. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, it's so cursed. Why is this the thing? There you are. Been back and streaming every day this year so far. Wow, every day. Every day sounds pretty exhausting, but so long as you're enjoying it, hell yeah. More power to you. Can I just skip this? Nah, I already know how to play Tekken. Okay, I can skip, thank God. I'm not interested in this. Or rather, it's not that I'm not interested in this, but more like I've seen this one before already. This is in the demo. But yeah, Yuffie, if you need any post-stream care, definitely take care of yourself, right? Thanks again for the raid. Okay, let's skip. Of course, I'm gonna pick my man. My main.
Get ready for the next battle. Demo play.
Oh, this is the mode where first people... This is the first time player mode, right? This has to be the first time player mode, yeah.
Perfect. Get ready for the next battle.
Oscar?
Round one.
Bear Slash, Angry Lumberjack. Rose. What?
Round two. Fight.
not far enough. Wow, they really don't block. I wonder when can I unlock Super Ghost Battle. I wanna try out Super Ghost Battle. Super Ghost Kuma? Okay, let me skip this. On the rank of first dan. I know this guy is like a bully. Well, not really bully, but yeah.
Challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Treasure box chance?
Don't miss me winning.
Round 1. Fight.
Great match. Cool. Oh yeah, also I will be I won't be reading this because talking triggers my cough. When I talk, it sort of triggers that I want to cough, so I'll talk, but I'll talk a lot lesser than usual. I don't need a tutorial, thank you. Recommended move notes will not be displayed during battle. Huh? Do I need that? I see a treasure chest. I want shiny.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
That's the best intro.
Round 1. Fight.
What a waste. What? It jails? You wanna do that again? Again. Sorry. Hey. Electric.
You win.
I love Kuma. What's that, Heihachi Backfist? Welcome to Tekken Kuma! Viable to 13 frame mid punish. Oh, more treasure chest? Please give shiny. Give Kuma his move.
New challenger.
It's good.
Get ready
Kuma
for
is
the
good.
next battle.
Kuma is good now, but the electric is only heat exclusive.
Round one. Fight.
We punish those. One. One. You. Debug. Everyone been getting coughs lately? Oh, me getting cough is because of what happened for the past few weeks. Really bad stuff happened, I would say. I didn't break that.
You win.
Triple S? Hmm. Check out your colors. They know. They know. Oh my god. Exciting and nerve-wracking? Don't I know it? Holy shit. I've been to one tournament and it was so scary.
For the next battle.
Waifu? It's so cute though. How could you, Panda? How could you? I would destroy you. I would do the same move over again. Hey, hey. What a micro duck? What a pedal? Panda angry. Stop. Alright, I need to eat. Let me get my... How many left? Oh shit, I ate through the whole strepsils? Uh-oh. No, I don't think that's good, but it helps me with my cough. Give me a second. Hi, Cloudy. We dip. Alright, that's the last of my Strepsils.
Get ready for the next battle.
We're yipping. I'm yipping. Cannot bear. Okay. Okay. Cannot bear too much. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Generic throw. I can't believe it. S. S.
Fight.
S. S. S.
Get ready for the next battle.
Amazing, right? Kuma is heckin' great now. Look at this intro. Kuma Shinken, so good.
Round one. Fight.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll give you chip damage. Help! Chip damage. Uchirate. S. 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 Oh. I love it when they don't punish. No punish, let's go. I can just spam it. Oh my god. Electric. Great match. Poor girl getting isekai'd by a bear? Pretty much. They found a bear that knows how to do electrics. Get ready to take some notes, he says. How about you get ready to get some notes? That's right, tell them, Kuma. Yeah, that's right.
Round one. Fight.
Can I turn off that recommended move? I really want to turn off that shit. It's so annoying. Oh, it's not there. Got don't. Can hit. Swipe. 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 Swipe.
You win.
Get mauled. He looks like a Floridan tweak. What the fuck is that? Yeah! Dun, 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 dun. I have a cum stain on my face. Some kind of natural born Tekken prodigy? Wow. Hawaiian shirt, fast jumpy jabs. It's a tweaker? But Steve's a British. Isn't Hawaii in somewhere around in USA? I'm gonna skip this one. Hope you guys don't mind. We've seen this one already. Kobo, 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 kobo. Yeah. J. Kobo, kobo, kobo. I can't redeem the pet, but imagine the really pet me redeem. I'm imagining it really hard. Being pet. Alright, I think this is the Super Ghost battle. There it is, Super Ghost battle. And don't imagine too hard, no, else your head will explode. Yeah, I'm just a kobold though. Can I even imagine stuff?
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, because I paused the redeem, it doesn't work on 2D. My ghost match. Let's go.
Round one. Fight.
Come on, attack me, come on. Follow me. Yeah, do that. Yeah, do that. Yeah, dance on them. Come on, dance on. Yeah. Woo, let's go. Wow, my bear is so good. Yeah, do that. Yeah, up, down, do that, up and down. Oh yeah, look at that. My bear is dancing. Alright, do the oh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? I forgot I'm playing Kuma.
Round two. Fight.
Okay, stop doing that, Kuma. Oh my god. Oh shit. We punished those. Oh my god. Because I'm fighting against Kuma, I cannot learn like this. I don't know combos against a Kuma, I know combo against anyone else. If they get stronger, it will get stronger to pretty sweet, right? Hmm. If you don't go online for 30 days, okay, that's fair. It's so much shiny though. Bushin?
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
You got scared of your Kazama ghost? Yeah, that was fun. Hi, Tiny Panda. You got to warrior. Oh, you're so good. Big congrats. I'm still in green rank. I'm playing Arcade Quest currently. Oh shit. Why are you using special style? You're Bushin. Oh, I did too late.
Round 2. Fight.
That doesn't work. Nice electrics. I have 1 too.
Round 3. Fight.
We take those. Electric. Feels good, man. Electric. I kind of want to practice Reina for a little bit. I'm gonna try out Reina. The music is so good. Fight next opponent. The Doria. The Doria. All right, we find the Doria.
Get ready for the next battle.
Is that what that means? Is what means? That's a sentence, right? I'll kill you. I'll avenge Heihachi. 1-1-1. Let's go. Doria. You and your Doria, man. Two can play that game. Doria.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, you do. Okay. Expanding it immediately. I can respect that. Help! Whoa! Okay, nice disrespect.
Round 3. Fight.
You still can't hit? Don't. 1-1-1. Nope. Oh, I ducked. Oh, nice. Oh, nice combo. They got combos against Kuma. I'm scared. Why would you get hit by the second one? Now we block those. Disrespect. Disrespect. Another one. Disrespect. S. The C. Oh. Nah, get down. No damage. Alright. Special style is a combo helper, where sometimes opponent will have that. Oh, yeah. It is that thing. Alright, we beat the Doria. Milky Way, Love Chocolate, Tsuyo. It's okay, we can end battle here. Bear Wiggle. You know what? I'm gonna go to... Yeah, I'm still at green rank here. I'm gonna go toilet for a little bit. In the meantime, you guys can look at Kazuya's beautiful body. While I go toilet for a little bit. Oh, oops. Is it this one? Okay, it is. Let me put it here. Your weapon? No! But you're a warrior! Alright, wait, give me a second. I'll be right back. Just a small break, alright? I'm back. Did you guys enjoy looking at Kazuya's body? I just played a lot. Win rate was only 55%. Honestly, for Tekken, 55% is pretty high. Alright, let's play some... You know what? As much as I hate it, but I'm going to practice mode a little bit. Let me try to go through Reina's move list a little bit. I'm gonna try out a little bit of Reina. As much as I love Kuma. Oh yeah! Oh, purple though. The best stage?
Get ready for the next battle.
Although I didn't know you played Tekken. Alright, one move I know. That's the only move I know. Oh, Omen? You do? Omen. Yo, Electric is kinda harder than Kazuya's somehow. Four for 2? Oh. Two? What is this? Why do we have misstep? What do you have? What? Any special move out there? Oh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I had to hold forward. Spin. Okay, let's go through a move list a little bit. From here. I mean, of course we know 111, 112. That's so weird. 112 doesn't knock down? That's a first. Sorry. The first instance where 112 doesn't knock down. 1 2 1 2 2. Okay. 1 2 3 4. Why do you have 1 2 3 4? Oh, it's a high mid high. Mid minus 10. Okay. 2 2 1. Oh. Oh, it's 12 frames though. Is it guaranteed? It's guaranteed? Okay, so 2 2 1 is a guaranteed punish. Knocks down. Oki? Oh, it doesn't give good Oki though. I recover way slower. Yeah, I recover so slow. Okay. 2 2 2 1. Oh. To power up. Oh, blue spark. Minus 14. I guess it's for combo ender. Yeah, that works pretty good. Power with quick input. How do I do the power up input? Oh, 1 frame. What the f... One frame transition? Oh my god. This is way harder to... It's harder than this. What the fuck? There it is. Hi. -9. Okay. It screws. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's on tracks. Knocks down. Okay. Heihachi. Oh, yours is 12 frame. Puma is 13 frames. What is this prejudice? Oh, it's all natural. Shift to Unsoku Ko? Oh my god, why are you a stance character? You are such a stance character, it's insane. Sentai? Okay, look, the forward 4. The forward 4 sucks! I mean, okay, Reina has a lot of other things to compensate for a bad forward 4. It's only +2! And it doesn't have the vacuum suckage like Heihachi had. This one? What? The roll itself is a heckin' mix? Any... Sorry? Okay. Why are you a stance character? Oh no. I didn't expect you to be a stance character, Reina. What the hell is this? Shift to crouching state? Oh? Oh, it's no, it's not unblockable. Hit up for 1-1. Cheap. Oh my god. Why is why is this the thing? Oh. Hit engager. Natural? Okay. Okay, at least this is the resemblance of Heihachi, by the way, this one. Stance? Mm-hmm. They wanted something new. Oh no. Stance? Okay, I should mention. I should explain. Everyone has a stance, but it's the first time where Mishima character has a stance. Or like Mishima character relies on stances to do combos, because usually it's just like Toria, and then just like a very straightforward game plan. Right? Usually they're very straightforward. You don't need to like transition into stance, just do screws or tornadoes. It's pretty new to me, but I think it's pretty cool, you know? What? Ew! Why? Okay, yeah, you know what? Easy mode. That's fair. Oh, it's subtle, but it's different. So if you do the input that's shown here, it has like a little spark. You hear that? But if you do it like this input right here, it doesn't have it. I think that's pretty cool. But obviously with this you cannot... Obviously you cannot do electric. You can only do like Wind God Fist. You're gonna need the just frame input to do the Soria. This one tornadoes, okay. Sorry. Oh. Okay. I think this is also a very evasive character. You know, there's this evasive. This one very evasive. What the hell is that? Tenchuate. Wait. Oh, sorry, it's this one. Tenchuate. Tenchu. So linear. Unsoku. Down foot. Oh, down back as well. Oh, punch parry effect. Okay. Do you show the punch parry? No, you don't. Okay. I can try something. Opponent action after a block. Can you punch? Punish. There it is. Punishment technique for the punishment set. Oh shit. Okay. Punishment settings. Just do a 1-2. Thank you very much. Jack works. Yeah, okay. What do you mean punch parry? Wait. Oh, oops. Oh! That's pretty cool. Okay. I need... It's not frame 0, so I think it's frame 5? That's plus 4. Okay, so it's 4 frames, I think. Oh no. -6. Sorry. What? I don't get it. Okay, it's fine. Oh, it's Ashi. It's a faster Hashish. Plus how many? -3? Okay, it's pretty bad. Okay, natural. Counter hit natural. 10 in 4 hit. Oh no. Unsoku Gen. Shift to Unsoku Ko. Oh no. Oh shit. What is this? Okay, back 4. Unblockable. Saigen Ugachi. Oh, that's pretty fast. Okay. Wow. That Shelby scared the fuck out of me. Okay. What kind of hop kick is this? Okay. That's 5 on hit. Minus. Oh, it's pretty. Oh! Evasive move that's safe? That's pretty good. There it is, hop kick. Oh, that hop kick sucks though. Although, to be fair, no Mishima has hop kick. She's the first one to have a hop kick. So, okay, I'll give it to her. It doesn't do much. Nice tree. Okay. Hey, that's Kazuya's kick. That's Kazuya's CD3. Why do you have so many versions of while running kicks? Oh no, I don't need that. Shift to win God step. Oh, that's tough. What does this do? On? Just key charge even the ton. Key charge. Throw in front hit. Shift to center after throw. What? That's so weird. Okay, Senhachi's was saying too. Does it launch? It does. Oh, it doesn't launch. It gives a guaranteed hit. Yeah, there it is, guaranteed. We found it. We found it. So it's not 4-4 anymore. It's counter hit was saying 2. Down for 1-2 guaranteed. cares? -1. It's minus. Oh my god. Sorry. -1 on hit? Usually it should be neutral on hit. I guess it's Reina. What kind of move is that? +13? Oh, oops. Sorry. -17? Okami, hi. Ma'am, I don't appreciate this Azucena abuse. I'm sorry. I random Azucena. It's not. I didn't choose Azucena. I'm sorry. Also, hi. Welcome in. That's a natural, right? Do we have a full crouch mix? I'm gonna cry. What's your low? It's so weird. Yup. Oh god. Facing opponent. Oh no. Reina is so weird. Oh. Oh. Cheap damage on block. So do CD1 3 for power. Okay. Numbers. Zyker. Hello. Got a second hate mail. I'm so hyped. Yo, Rio, is this planned? Is this planned? Hi. Hi, numbers. Hi, Karavali. And also Rio. Have we not planned? Hi, numbers. Hi, DT. There's a English. Sorry, I'm gonna cough a lot, so please bear with me. I'm still kinda sick, but I just wanna play some Tekken today.
You want me to yip? I'll yip.
Hello.
More to the Kobo pile? I'll take it. Cursed Batman? Oh. Cursed Batman who laugh? Thanks for the follow. Always yip. Okay, I'll always yip.
And welcome.
Right, Rio and Psycharavely, thanks for the follow as well. Now give all the pets to Kobo. Thank you. Wait, okay, who?
And welcome.
Give me a second. I had the greatest thing happen today just now. I got the first hate mail. Give me a second. Kite music. Hi, I'm missing a lot of stuff because I didn't stream for 3 weeks. And I'm suddenly back. The cutie, the Kobo is doing okay. Okay, so there's this. Raivu and Sakura Avali got one, right? Go check them out. I'm sure they're amazing. So Elden Ring. What did number play? Elden Ring. This is planned. This has to be planned. But still, I appreciate all of you. Welcome in, everyone. I'm gonna cough a lot. Again, I'm sorry. I'm still sick. So, yeah, welcome in. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I'm playing Tekken 8. And I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Yiptastic voice. I'll take it. Thank you. How goes the Tekken? I'm looking at Reina currently. I'm a Kuma main now. But because Reina is like so mysterious. And of course Reina is like the Heihachi stuff. It's fun. Tekken is great. I did story mode a little bit. Sorry.
I did story mode, I did a little bit of arcade quest, I did a little bit of ranked match. I want to go back into ranked match real soon. I just want to take a look at Reina a little bit. Yeah. What? Wait. Oh, that's cool. Oh, it doesn't give combo though. It doesn't give war combo. Oh, do you have Heihachi's wall combo? Jab stomp. Jab stomp works. I guess. Although I hope you are doing good though. You know, those who came from the raid, if you want to take care of yourself with the post-stream care, definitely, right? It's important to take care of yourself. Electric Ring got fist. Hey, look at that! The game tells you how to do it now. You just need to practice. Oh, that's so weird. Why? Electric War got kick? What the hell? You not only... Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, you have to hold it. Do you knock down? No, you don't. +2 though. Oh. Can you crouch after the first hit? Okay, it's a natural. So both are natural? Why? I'll be back in the grab a small snack. Alright. Take your time. I'm Tikas. Hi. Welcome, welcome. We not step forward. I don't get why. Get sent. Okay. This one screws, right? I usually do... Yeah, there it is. +12. +4 on block, let's go, okay. Okay. So it's a mix. Minus 29 on block? Oh my god, that's death. Okay, Unsoku. Minus 8. That's not that bad. Why? My 1+2 input is really bad. Heaven's Wrath on hit or block? What? Oh! It's upward 3-4. But now it's being fixed to a heckin' stance. How bad is it? Or how good is it? Because usually in Tekken 7, Heihachi's Hell Axel is really good. +6? Okay. Not bad, not bad. Heaven's Wrath, so... I can't believe Reina has a political storm. Mid? Mid? It's not natural. Maybe on a counter hit? Okay, counter hit natural. Anything can be transformed into any other stance. We have a stance Mishima character. What is this? Wind step? You have a third strike parry? No fucking way. Punish. Okay, yeah. So what? How does the parry work? It's not early. Oh my god, okay, it's really tight. It's really, really tight. Okay. Oh, no. Welcome back, numbers. Wind step. This one. Wind step. Wind god step. Isn't that how you do Kazuya's electric? Okay, and then we have throws. What? Trilokia Vijaya? Okay, that's a cool name. Is that it? Okay. Stonehead, of course, the classic. Do I get a... Okay, maybe not. It's a cool throw. Oh, that's a cool throw. How many? Only 40? I mean, okay, five more points of damage, I guess. During Sentai, throw cannot escape? Oh, okay, yeah, fair. Sentai is strong. You have a good mid? This is a good mid. +4 on block. This shifts to Sentai, give it a throw. Or if you want, you can go for low. Okay. Heaven's Throw cannot throw escape. What kind of character are you? Tatenashi. Deal self-recoverable damage upon successful parry. What's the point? What's the point? Okay, let me try. Punish. Punish with jab, the safest option. This sucks. Okay, we've seen this one. Yeah. Low parry. Okay, everyone has that. Opponent is down. Okay. Just input to power up. There it is. That's gonna hurt. Okay, that's all. That's all. Wow. I didn't remember. I don't even remember 10% of the move list. But I know one combo. Not this one. This, into this. That is not that cool. Three can be a good wall carry, I think. Right? What would be a wall combo? I think Reina's wall combo. Jab stomp. Jab stomp. Okay, fine. It's so unorthodox. It's so unorthodox for Reina. Let's go play some ranked. Do I want to play Reina? I don't think I'm ready though. Let's play some Kuma.
Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, Kuma has some really cool combos. I like it. Big damage dealer. Especially in heat, when Kuma has electric. The damage is stupid. Yeah, yeah. Kuma deals good damage now. Like Kuma in Tekken 7 deals like no damage. This is essentially Kuma's combo in Tekken 7. This into this, then screws. But now they give it to like... Oh shit. This into this. For the screw this time. And this screws. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Just saying, back then Tekken... for so many Tekken... the bears were pretty bad. But in Tekken 8, the bears is now... honestly pretty strong. And then Kuma now has the charge moves, these ones. 3+ frames. But the only weird nerf is this. It doesn't knock down anymore. It is a lot faster, I feel like. But on block it's still death, so... yeah, there you go. I'm not even trying to do this move anymore because the risk and reward is just not there. On the counter hit, usually it's just this. 59 damage or I die. That is on the counter hit. So yeah, it's not as good. Natural just gives me +6. So I really just do this move over and over again. It's a good poke. This one's so hard to do now. Does it not work anymore? Maybe... I don't know. It should work. This one. It has to be forward. No way. Weird. Oh! Oh, just dash in! Okay, yeah, that's way easier. Why is no one playing? No one's playing Tekken. It's 4:40 p.m. on a Sunday. Oh, it's a special mid. Oh, wait, that's a special mid? Damage. Oh. Oh. Yo, okay. That works. No one's playing. I remember every time I play a fighting game and then I just like, God, I'm so sad that I'm in Malaysia. Because in Malaysia there's a lot of people who doesn't play fighting games. Because I will say it so many times as needed. There's so many times where I ask my friends who says they play games, like I ask them, any one game? It's like, yeah, one game now. Essentially it's like, yeah, I play games. It's like, what games do you play? Dota, Overwatch. It's like, okay, sure. League of Legends, okay. Any other games do you play? What? Are there other games? They literally told me, what? Is there any other game outside of these ones? It's like, what the fuck? But of course not all, but just the majority. Okay, maybe people doesn't want to fight against Kuma. Okay, you know what? I play Reina. How about that? Yeah. Why not? Huh? Why not? I like Kuma, but I'll play Reina. Raven. Same with Canada, but I can at least get a good connection with America. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Usually the players that I play against is either China, Japan. If it's good, it's gonna be Singapore, Philippines, or even I think India is okay. India is a little bit okay. Yeah, India is kind of close. Yeah, usually around these places. Oh, what? Sorry. Oh. Whoa. Oh my god, easy combos. Easy combos. Oh my god. I can do this though. There has to be a much better wall combo for Reina. I mean, even 1, 2, 1 plus 2. I guess? Okay, 33. Wow. Wait, no. Where's my 1 plus 2 input so bad? 33. Oh, it's worse. What? How do you miss that? How do you break the one move? Can you break the balcony with? Oh, this one. Thank you. We're going down. I cannot do right side Mishima. So I pretty much fell asleep immediately. It's okay. Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot this. Taking a whole ass bad frame for my evening, so no surprise there. That was a big pain in the ass. Oh yeah. That stage song, yeah. I like this. I like this place. It's shiny, but I don't really like the music here. Oh my god, I'm not playing against that. I don't want to lose my sanity. Why are you so prone at doing this? Is New Heihachi cool? She is cool as heck. but I don't know how to play her. She is so much more different than Heihachi. So much more different. With all the stands like these. Look at all the stands. So many stands. I can just stand with the stands. Oh. Neutron, eh? Neutron block. Oh my god. Yeah, fancy footwork coming from Reina. Oh, finally. Amarika won? I don't think that's Amarika.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dragunov, let's go. The story mode, I played until chapter 7. And then next time I can continue on chapter 8. And then I play a little bit of Arcade Quest, unlock Super Ghost Battles, and I think that's pretty much it. Oh, why are you so cool, Dragunov?
Round 1. Fight.
Dance? Ugh, snake itch! Ooh, Harry. Help! Nah, 2 can play that game. Hi, Zephyr. Oh. Ow, I was playing this one. We take those. Is Kobo sick? Yeah, Kobo has been sick for weeks. Nice. That was kind of hit. No, I don't want to play on this side. No, we switch sides. Oh. Help! Don't do a move. Don't do a move! Don't do a move! Yeah, Kobo has been sick for a long time. But hi, hope you're doing good. It has been a while. Reina is cool. I need to land like a proper combo.
Round 1. Fight.
Duck. Oh my god, I cannot block Snake Edge. I'm a fraud. Don't do this. Oh. Hey, I didn't break that. No, not this time. I'm... Not this time, bitch. Stop! Stop, stop! Don't. You cannot just do that twice, man. You cannot just do that.
Round 2. Fight.
1-1-2. I'm dead. I'm dead. No punish. Let's go. We like that. Oh, 1-1 plus 2. This wall combo. It's simple, but patience. I'll do it again. It's cheese. That was so cheesy. Oh, I didn't block. I'll take it. It's not bad. +4. +4. Okay, I'll stop. You could just use that cheese against me now. Oh, nice. That actually works? Stupid! Oh my god. It actually works! Maybe they're holding back, that's why.
Get ready for the
Not holding back, but holding the button back. A full sweep, you're not good. No matter the fighting game. I think I just love fighting games. It's totally brand new to Tylra, so she's still learning. I'm still learning Reina. This sound looked like black magic to me to already has such mastery of new character in the new game. I mean, I have electrics, I guess. But then again, my lack of skill and knowledge makes it all the more amazing. I'm glad. I don't play funny games, so watching Tylra work is like watching an episode of Dragon Ball. Your name is Fang Wei. You're playing Oscar. Alright. Be right back. Okay. Take your time. I read a review that said you could remove Reina's shoes, you know, for feet. This is not Street Fighter 6 though.
Round 1.
Let's go.
Fight.
Magic 4 round start. Hey, there's a 1+2 break. Combos? You got those? Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god, what is this connection? Oh. Mid. Block. Whoa! I didn't break that. Nice. Good. Ow! You know what? You are learning today. Don't spam. Alright, no spamming allowed.
Round 3. Fight.
Ow. What are you doing? What are you trying to low parry for? I'm not even trying. Yeah, stop blocking low. Why is she blocking low? I'm not doing low. If they like you do, that may be why. Oh, the frame stutter is like for everyone. Like we both look at the stutter. They were trying to block low, but I'm not like doing. I'm not blocking like low. I'm stuck. Oh, okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, it is expected. I did beat him up too. I did beat him up quite badly. With my very limited knowledge with Reina. Wait, let me try. One down for 1 plus 2, I think. The same.
Get ready for the next battle.
Brawler, let's go. Dogs has been watered and now I have a salted brownie. Wait, what? Oh, it's in the miser. Excellent.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, lag. Oh my god, the stutter. Your PC's dying, lower your graphics, dude. Nice. Nice punish. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, I was trying to sidestep. Nice. I'll just do it. It's not really worth it. Nice hop kick! I'm dead! Another one! It's not one, it's two!
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Oh. Nice stab. Guaranteed. Nice mate. Oh no, there's so much damage. Ow. Nice block. We take those. Hi, man. I missed you too. Sorry, I'm still a little sick. Guaranteed. Nice. Ooh, nice. I hopped you too. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Presento shio. Yeah, the scale. Marvelous. Hop kick. I'm dead. Oh, good mid, good mid. Hey, Hachi. Hey, Hachi. God damn it, I miss Heihachi. Hope you're doing good, Merp. Let's go, that was fun. Guaranteed. Nice. Nope. Oh, nice. I ducked! I ducked! Oh my god, your PC is dying, buddy. Nice punch. Woohoo. We take those. No! Nice punish. Ooh, good. That was search frame. Okay. Plus. Nice step. Hey, no, no, no. Oh! Oh! Ow! No. Don't even try to throw me. I know how to throw break now. Nice. Come on! Nice bait. Nice. Oh no, I cannot step that. I'm so bad. No, 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 no. Nice. That was beautiful. Ding, 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 ding. Punish. Good punish. We take those. Good shit. Alright, 1-1. If it didn't say under the stream, I would have never known if it's taken 8706. A little bit of Asuka, I guess. I didn't block that. No. Hey, no. Nice low. We punish those! Ah! I messed up.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, that was supposed to be a side bet. We take those. Nice stuff. Oh! Help. Nice. No? Oh, good mid. A strategist, we are doomed now. 3 kingdoms over again. Stop. Woohoo. Nice. Oh, nice. Nice combo. It's not 1. Oh no, it's not 1. It's CD4 too. I'm so not used to it. There you go. Oh my god. I shouldn't have disrespected that. Nice. Woohoo! Nice! What a low parry. Am I dead? Almost. Don't do it. Don't do it. We take those. Reina is the new character. Reina is the new character. Alright, I still have a chance.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh, what is that? I tried. No, no! Wait, I'm panicking. I know it's very cheesy, but I was waiting for it. I know it's very cheesy, I'm so sorry. I feel bad for doing it. But GG nonetheless. Good games, good games. That was really good lead. I just noticed this character have bruises and as they keep on fighting and rolling and falling. That's pretty neat. Yeah! And this is the thing. I have my settings set to the lowest possible. And it still kinda works.
Get ready for the next battle.
Like, the game still looks good on low setting. That's insane. I think I only have textures on medium. Why is it so hard to do 2 electrics? No. That's a pretty good combo. Nice, we play these. I usually don't play against people who use Wi-Fi because I want to preserve my sanity.
Get ready for the next battle.
Soda Gambira. Oh my god, it's a Malaysian! That's a happy soda. Soda Gambira. It's Malaysian! Oh my god! If I played this, I think I would main Reina. I made Asuka before, but I like Reina's style and outfit. Also, she hasn't these giant hands. Reina's color is perfect. Hi, Dana Falls. I heard horror stories about Wi-Fi users in fighting games. It's insanely bad. It's insanely bad. Sometimes they can be lag in fighting games, especially if someone uses Chuck E. Cheese Wi-Fi. Not recommended. Please don't use. Please don't use public Wi-Fi to play fighting games. Sorry about my constant coughing though. Oh my god. Why are you using special style? You gotta learn today, man. I'm +4. I'm +4. Oh, I didn't break that, really? Nice, good shit. Yeah, see, you're learning. Look at that, that's pretty good. I didn't break that, I'm so bad. Can I try again? It's John Wick? It is. Oh my god. Oh my god, really? Electric. Oh, I respect that. I can use my Wi-Fi because otherwise I will need to move my entire setup into a bit different room. I'm not buying a different house just so people don't have to use Wi-Fi. I mean, I'm on the second floor, and my router is on the first floor. I have to buy like a 60-meter Cat 6 Wi-Fi Ethernet cable to extend almost the whole house. It's kinda stupid. Oh, I cannot break throws. Yeah, keep throwing me. Because it's my weakness. Do it. Good. Hey! Is it faster? I think it's kind of faster. Oh no, I somehow gonna break throws. Yeah, I cannot break throws. Oh shit. That was a counter. Ooh la la. Low. Yeah, Tekken has two French now. Lily and Victor. Oh, nice. Oh, you got combos? Oh, damn, you got combos? Good shit, that was a nice combo. I had combos too. 4-2. 4-2. Ow. Wow, it's faster! Wait, no, I pressed it on time. Two? That's understandable. Lily is Tekken 5 DR. It's so plus. I pressed it though. Uh-oh. No, wait. I can break throws. Block! Block! That's not a block! Don't whiff a move. I whiff the move. You whiff the move. On the updated version of 5. You want to shoot a gun? I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. You're learning today. I'm +4, man. I'm +2. You're learning. You need to learn. My 112 on block is -17. Even if he wins, it doesn't count because he has a gun. Yeah, he has a gun. Victor is cheating. Ads? No, I'm sorry. He says trop lent, meaning too slow, and jit the tiens. I got you. Oh. That's kind of cool. That's very cool, actually.
Get ready for the next battle.
Because characters usually don't talk mid-fight, but they changed it in Tekken 8. People talk shit now in between fights.
Come and get some. I dare you.
I dare you. Oitsumete misero. Ow! Ow! À toi! Stop pressing buttons. I want to play a game too. À toi! It jails? Oh, the disrespect though. The disrespect.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, kick! Nice, good duck. Oh. Guaranteed. How sweet. À toi! I need to duck some hits. Ow. Ugh. Stop. Don't. Don't. Hard to use and master, very confident to fight against. It still sounds like that. Junkyard? You dare junkyard me? That. You're learning. I'm surprised. Okay, you're pressing buttons again. What's that? Oh! That range is stupid? Please don't wait the button. Please don't wait the button. Ah! Okay, good shit. Oh, kick! Not bad. Down for 1-2 maybe? Oh, guaranteed. À toi! Good mid. Alright, let's play serious. Oh no. Maybe I'm not playing serious after all. Why play serious? Make it have fun, right? Ow. Reina is kinda arrogant. Maybe I don't like her after all. It's fair. But one weird thing is that in the story mode, she looks completely different. Fair enough.
Get ready for the next battle.
There's chip damage now. A certain move has chip damage, not all. So of course electric has chip. If I can do it right. There. See, it does chip damage. Let's go to the wall. I cannot do it! It's so hard. Why? Why is it so hard? I swear it's not that hard. Nice, 5 bars. Yo, let's go. Moan count? Did I moan?
Get ready for the next battle.
Milk. Oh, it's a different Lee. I didn't know. Sorry.
Round 1.
Yo, we have Ken? I'm playing Shit Fighter? Ow. Oh. Oh, they tried. Acid Rain. Oh my god, they did it! Insane. This guy's a Lee main. They actually did it. They are certified Lee main. Oh, I thought that's punishable. Nice. What a combo. Oh, I'm dead. Nice slow, that was good. Come on. I ducked. Oh my god, they did it again! How the fuck? What the pickup? That's so hard to do. This is like actual Lee main. I'm so surprised. That was a low parry, by the way. I'm dead. Oh no. Oh, what kind of slide is that so far? This is an actual Lee main. This is insanely good. Okay, so why am I so surprised? The jab kick, the third kick is just frame. And then the down 3 pickup is just frame. You have to input up and then back 3-3 to pick up. And he did it online twice. Nice. Yeah, see, it's so hard to do. Oh, I'm dead. Good shit. This is a really good Lee player. Nice stuff. Nice. It's a trap. They did it again. Alright. I got this. What's your while standing launcher? Ah! I'll take it. Oh! What are you doing?
Final round. Fight.
Oh, what a big punish. I missed input. Nice combo. Excellent. Oh, nice bait. Oh, I thought it's punishable. Hi. No! Nice, that was really good. I have huge respect for this Lee, holy shit. They did so many just frame stuff, you guys might not even notice. It's a Ken cosplayer. Oh, sorry. Why is it sometimes it doesn't launch? Sometimes it doesn't launch for whatever reason. It launches everywhere, it should. It did the float. Oh. Oh, sorry, no, this 442. When this hits into 4, it's guaranteed. I was right. I think it's reactable. Like this. Random block. No, wait. It's it's kind of reactable, but I just need really to practice this. I don't want to play against Wi-Fi. Yeah, +4, okay. +4 is why I can keep doing this. Oh, Kao, Hara, Ashi. Oh, it's what Heihachi does. I just realized. Kao, head. Hara, the stomach. And then Ashi, leg. Oh, that's cool. It's Heihachi. It's what Heihachi does. Yeah, it works. That's good damage, right? Oh, got break. I assume got break. 1, 2. No? Plus 10? Okay, yeah, it is guaranteed. Range. The range. Oh my god, it hits a tree. Yeah, it hits at 3.5, I think. Even 3.5 hits, oh my god. 3.5 is this range. There we go. America 1.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's the first tune. Oh no! Who are you? Oh no!
Round 1.
You're not June. Nice. You really like low, don't you? Ow. Oh my god, you're just pressing buttons. Snug Taro, hi! Welcome.
Fight.
Ah! I cannot, I'm so bad. Guaranteed. +4. Oh, they know! Let's go. I'm fighting bread. Oh. I'll do it again. Don't. Nice. Oh! Oh, I pressed button. I'm dead. Goodbye world. I pressed button. How are you? I'm doing okay. Still a little sick, but yeah. Good reach out, good reach out. You're not June. June is so beautiful, not like this. Say. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Nice patience. Hop kick. Na 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 na.
Final round. Fight.
Dude, can I even do a proper combo? I'm -4. Oh, nice. Reversal. Okay. We take those. Why do you talk like a villain, but in the story you're currently like okay, not villain? I get you the sick on the sick part. So basically I play Tekken 8 and I've been bedridden for 3 days now. Oh god, I'm sorry. I do hope you're a speedy recovery. I'll do it. Green rank. Green rank. I'm exposing. Reversal. Okay, I know what to do. Okay, that's what you want to play now. Oh, help! +4, baby. You cannot just do that. Ow. -1. Oh. I pressed 1. Ah! I did break throws. I'm ducking. What are you doing? +4, baby. They have a very consistent game plan.
Get ready for the next battle.
Really consistent on those electrics. I'm a Heihachi main on Tekken 7. I love Heihachi. That's why I love Kuma. I'm a Kuma main in this game. Well, not really consistent, I would say. It's like... hurt. Nice. My friend's main was Heihachi. Does Reina also have this weakness to sidestep? I'm not too sure.
Get ready for the next
Reina has so much stance to cover her weakness. It feels like Reina is like a stance character. Devil Jin is so stupid in this game now.
Fight.
Broken. Well, not broken, but very strong. Nice. We saw it coming. Saw it coming again. Okay. Oh, I'm dead. Ooh, the pushback. That's a setup. The pushback. They got something. +4. Nice. Good patience. That track sidestep? Oh god. Mid. Ashi! Oh, good shit. That was beautiful. Nice. Ooh, tracks. Good shit. They space good. Nice. Disrespect. Look at the hell sweep! What the fuck? What kind of damage comes from that hell sweep? Good armor. Oh no, actually dead. I'm actually dead. From a goddamn hell sweep, dude. Alright, still have a chance. Not giving up yet. Fuck! I ducked! Good shit. Hey, yeah, that fucking hell sweep is still stupid! Devil Jin has always been super strong. Yeah, true. Damage, yes. He does require some execution, right? That is to his credit. And he's very plus. Very plus as well. He was very linear. And the rolling. Very plus. Ooh, okay, okay. Okay, you got the sauce. Go to the sauce. Okay. Oh, good. You cannot play on the other side? Come on. Because I cannot too. Oh no! Oh no! Please key charge! Please key charge me! Hey! Nice stuff. Ow. I'm dead! Fuck! I mean, it's high risk, but it's high reward! And then Jin, there which is so much good mids too. Why am I ducking against a health sweep? When both options gonna destroy my health. Yeah, Jin is still very strong. I'm okay. I'm gonna play TA, but I'm not ready to dish out 250 RM. Yeah, it's a huge commitment. But since I'm like a big Tekken fangirl, so I'll do it. Hi Perry. How are you doing? I'm doing kind of sick. How are things? Things are pretty much settled down a little bit now. Just a few more legalities that I need to like take care of. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're doing good too, Perry. Ooh, where's my... what? Hiya! Got combos. Plus. 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 I'm plus! You're green rank, you should know, thank you. Oh! Did I really get hit by that? Hiya! I didn't duck that. Chica! I didn't block. Ow! Mon's leg. Accidental parry, we take those. What? Maybe I was in the middle of backdashing. This guy is insane. They're very fearless with the back. I need to punish that. It's minus 18, come on. I can duck that, right? I need to punish that. No, that's not a punish. Hook kick! Nice. Nice. Oh no! No, I think that's a punish. Oh, it's not minus 18 anymore. Punish Where's my goddamn Richard? Oh, dude. I'm crying. There's 2 clowns in the circus tonight, and it's me and him. Hey, fuck you.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm glad to hear it. Hope you get better soon too. Thank you. I'm doing okay, just settling in for a long day of playing D&D. Gonna find and make some maps. Oh wait, making maps? Oh my god. How did he block it? Because I'm not fast enough. The frame. I don't think it's minus 18 anymore.
Get ready for the next battle.
Was he hitting an overhead as you hit him? I don't know. The game says no, I guess. Don't jank like this happens. First Alyssa. You actual asshole, you do that the first thing against me? Oh no, it's a cheese Alyssa. Who can play that game? Who can play that game? Who can play that game?
Round 2. Fight.
It's plus. Oh. That works.
Round 3. Fight.
I didn't break it. It's 1+2. She what a vlog. Help. Help. It's a weird. Don't do a move. Don't do a move. Don't do a move. Don't do a move. What are you doing? Ikimas? Don't do it. Trying to troll me? Don't do a move. Yay, I'm green ring. Let's go. Green ring. What's Reina supposed to be? Looks like a weird mix of lovely lightning grams and Jin. She's just a lot of stands, Mishima.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow! Oh. Oh wait, sidestep, not run forward. Ow! What are you trying to do, huh?
Round 2. Fight.
Ow! That's mid. Oh shit, I didn't break it. Oh. Hit smash? Nah. Oh, I didn't break it! It's 1+2, it's kinda hard to break.
Round 3. Fight.
Ow. Ow. What's a punish for that again? Low parry? Hurt! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm so bad!
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. Ow. Oh, shit. You and your cheese, Alisa. Ow. Ow, I ducked. Oh no, I got hit by that.
Round 2.
I did remember like classic Alisa stuff. Forward 4-4 is 1. Ow! It tracks? That's stupid. Wait, I'm getting befuddled. I forgot all Alisa is very toxic, so you need to remember that. I'm sorry to all the Alisa mains, but I haven't met one Alisa that is not toxic. Oh no! I need to bind the 1+2 button. Is this far enough? Yep. Of the skills.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice armor. Looks like high. No, hello? Ow. You deserve this.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, I didn't break that. Oh! Come on, I break that. get cheesed. 90%, 99% is toxic? Pretty much. It is the FGC, I'm not surprised.
Get ready for the next battle.
Why these subplays are toxic as fuck, I know, right? No Wi-Fi, thanks. Hakumen main. Oh, Blaze Blue, I never played it. You're the toxic one. Jube? The game's not because I always get insulted. Yeah, in the FGC it's weird, right? FGC wants more people to play fighting games, but they're so... I mean, it's a minor one, right? The minor part of the FGC is toxic, but they're just so loud, it's insane. You know what I mean? Which makes casuals or people outside of the FGC feels like most of the FGC is so toxic, which I'm feeling it right now. You know? It's kind of sad, honestly, but man. Certification, they're both good. Look at tag team. Blaze Blue, right? It's a nice combo, right? How are we supposed to get new people to play fighting games when everyone's just so rude? That's why a lot of fighting games just die out. Yeah, it's kinda sad. Not sorry about that. Not sorry about what? Ah, fine. Just this once. It's a high competitive game genre with a high skill ceiling. And newbies don't get room to breathe, really. Yeah, true.
Round one. Fight.
Mid. Fucking hell, sweet dude. Really? Nice. Take off. Armor player, okay.
Round two. Fight.
Nice. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Those are normal movesets? That didn't even eat your heat gauge? Oh no. Should've done Richard. You and your hell sweet man. Nice. Looks like a high, maybe? This one. Do it again. It's not a high! How the fuck? It's not a high? It's linear, yes, but what the fuck?
Round one. Fight.
It's not a high. I ducked it. It's not a high. That's one way, I guess. It's not a high.
Round two. Fight.
I tested twice. It's not a high. There's no way to interrupt that. That's stupid. It has to be other way. You and your lows, man, it's so... very suspiciously strong. You and your lows. They have a mix. They have a mix for that. Nice, I'm dead. Edge yip. Edge yip McD. The more I play against Devil Jin, the more I feel like he's a big problem.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm talking about risk and reward. Devil Jin has good mid that deals shit ton of damage. A good low that deals shit ton of damage. And when the mids deal a lot of damage and low both do a lot of damage, why am I trying to duck against Devil Jin? So in comes some mind games, Devil Jin can just do low against you and do a shit lot of damage to you. And then when you do duck, you dead still. It's the risk and reward. Why? Why would they make Devil Jin like that? I mean, sure, if I block a hell sweep, I get a lot of damage. That's what most lows in Tekken does, you know. No, it's a high risk, high reward. Or in this case, Devil Jin's high mid game is low risk, high reward. It's a 20-ish startup. Like I said, it's mind games. What's a fast low? Is this 16 frames? That's a shit low. -2, -4. -3 on the hit. Guaranteed. Oh, was thing 1? How many frames? 13? Okay. You can just spam away with some space. I didn't know that Devil Jin's what do you call it? Heat blast. You know, in heat, you do another heat burst. That move is a fucking almost full screen. But almost full screen might be a little exaggeration. It's a long range move, projectile, pretty much. It's close. You saw when I get hit, I was pretty far away. I think it's about about 4 range, I think. About this range it hits, so it's not full screen, but it's pretty damn far. Why have full screen ground and a full screen air held suit along with a nearly full screen burst? Yeah, Devil Jin is gonna be a big problem in this game. Alright, let me see if I can play some Kuma. Oh, actually, what time is now? Already 6? Oh my god. The best character in the game, Kuma!
Get ready for the next battle.
Kuma does good damage now. Casual. Sorry. 90 damage. He's always slower, but it's not on the hard hitting side. In Tekken 7, he does no damage. No choking, it's unhealthy. It's not choking. I'm having a cough. Ace. Ace. And step away and come back to Biker Bear. It's a Hachi Bear. It's a Hachi's Gammon. Choking, I will cry. Even worse, you need honey lemon ginger tea. I definitely do, yeah. Oh no, no.
Okay, what you're doing right now, couple, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. I'm gonna do a cough yip. Yep. Cute yips, I'll take it. Yep. All the yips. Oh. All the big yips. I like yip. Yip good. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, this stage. This is the... It's Tekken Tournament 2 stage! I just realized! Oh my god, this is so cool! Yep. Oh, how about if I speak in third person? Tylra thinks that this is really cool. Yep. I'm not a combo, but it's fun all the same. Yeah! Yep, it's off. Yep, it's for everyone. Everyone gets to yip. Bear electrics.
I'm more of a Yim person because it's a cute little noise with a certain rabbit. Oh! I don't know if I want to play this or Power World tomorrow. Decisions. No one's playing. I guess people are going to get dinner. Oh. No. I don't want. I don't want to play against a Wi-Fi player. It's so scary. Okay, this one's good. Amarika 1.
Get ready for the next battle.
Is that Dominator? That's a really high rank. Let's go. Yup. Yeah, Kuma.
Round one. Fight.
Oh. That's not a real combo. That splats? Oh wow.
Round two. Fight.
Nice patience. Ooh, punish. Oh, 2 hits.
Round three. Fight.
Thank you. Oh my god. My space is so bad. Okay. Next one. Ow. I'm doing it. Ow. Not an everyday sight unless you're at a very conventional outside there. Yeah. Kuma in not a biker outfit. Smokey the Bear. It's Heihashi's outfit. Amber the Vixen. We saw about forest fires. Oh god. Smokey's out of retirement. I was making that up. All the praise and said, come on Nick. You cannot. Ah, I need to duck that. Ow. Punish. I never realized how good Dragunov's movement is. Whoa. Good read. Lucky Schmirky lunchtime. Okay. Have good lunch, Merp. What? No way.
Hello.
Kobold? Oh! I found Kobold thing. Hey. Thanks for the follow, Lord Kobold. Nice. Oh, nice. This game is good foundations, but the fundamentals. But not combos. They build for I'm dead. They build fundamentals only. No. Whoa! We take those.
Final round. Fight.
Oh god. Electric, electric, electric. Casual 50%. I didn't break it. Too late. Good punish, that was nice. Thanks for the follow, look, Kobo. Kobo friend. Oh, GG, that was fast.
Get ready for the next battle.
And Dragon, you may recognize from a certain game. I think I stayed pretty faithful to its design. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Promo. Let's try our best.
Round one. Fight.
Good check. On round start. Yep. Electric, 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 electric. Hell sweet.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, Lars is going insane. Help. Oh.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, nice backdash. They got combos. They got hands. Whoa! They got hands. Nice patience. Nah, 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 nah. We don't take that. Hey, we're so close to yellow rank. Play in the Dragon Simping corner if you like to look at it. Go to the background, though you might like to see it. Sure, sure. I'll go take a look afterwards. Thank you. More dragons better. What? High crush? They got patience. Help! Good call, good call, good call. No, I'm just a bear.
Round two. Fight.
I'm coming through it, I'm dead. Nice to meet. Electric.
Round 3. Fight.
Delay too much. Plus. Ah. Oh, there was one plus 2. Nope.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. Nah, we don't take that. Oh, there was 2. It went by a little bit fast.
For the next battle.
Oh, there's one thing. I wish there's like a death match thing that I can do other than just like fighting fighting a first to 3 and then just like wait for a new opponent. The fishes are evolving? Yeah. I just realized how bad bear movement is. It's so bad. How is there a dragon sipping corner I haven't seen yet? Oh, it's in my Discord server. I have a dragon sipping corner where usually there's like a few people, me included, share a bunch of dragon pictures. For obvious reasons, me being a kobold. Sounds like one of those Discord things the kids are all about these days. Dragon sipping corner? It's everywhere in Discord? No way, I thought it's a kobold thing. It was like a launcher. The screens can flash a little bit. Guess who it is? That's Remy, right? Oh, sorry. Here, this is what Solar made. I think that's Remy. Oh my god, it's Wi-Fi. Nah. Sorry about the screen flashes, I'm sorry. It's full screen, it flashes a lot. Almost minus 13? Looks like a professor. That's because Remy is the librarian, I believe. Yeah, Remy is the librarian. casual 50% damage. Oh, that's not it. Wait, that's not it. I think this is the most damaging one I can think of. Unless this? $39. $41. But this one is very inconsistent. Alright, possibly last match. Why am I fighting against who's so high ranked? ED? Hot dog, GG, okay. Yep.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. Oh my god, June. Why do you keep poking? Electric! Help! Electric! June anime style, very 90s. It's a very good one. I broke it. Nice. Am I dead? Oh. Oh, there was a parry! Oh, okay. I thought that was already dead. Second hit, I forgot. You did. We take those. That was a good whip punish.
Round 4. Fight.
Guaranteed? Oh my god. That low is so good. Woohoo! Ah, second hit! Oh, June has a lot of low pokes. It's insane. I don't want to calm down. You beat me up. You expect me to calm down? Yeah, it's a rage art and a bomb. Eat a bomb. We take those. Why do you fall down so fast? Nice patience. I ducked. And I almost broke it. Good throw, good throw. I almost broke it.
Round 2. Fight.
It's safe. Nice. My foot! I'm dead! Ow! My foot!
Round 3. Fight.
Ow. Not that punishable. Stop! I cannot deal with that! Oh no, the lows! So many lows! My foot is broken!
Get ready for the next battle.
I need to have a good proper while standing punish. That one, that low must be like minus 12 or something. This is 11. This is 13. 15, okay. It's not that slow.
Get ready for the next battle.
King? It's like my first king, I think.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow! This is why I don't play on Wi-Fi.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow. How do you do that? Nice punish. Oh! Unbreakable throw. Ow. Ow. Sorry to say you're dead. What a combo!
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. Too far. Hey, I broke it though. Nope.
You win.
Fish. Fish good.
Round one. Fight.
Uh-oh. Why would you keep doing that? Nice step. Oh! Ow! Block!
Round three. Fight.
Uh-oh, misinput. Block! I'll take it.
Get ready for the next battle.
It's almost, oh, it's already 7. I'll see if I can find one more. Oh, okay, I'll take it. It's Wi-Fi. I'm probably gonna cry, but it's okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
Milkman, Milkman hole. Wow, who are you? Ooh, I don't deserve you. What's up with this little girl? Yeah. Yep. The leg. I missed the electrical. Oh shit! You got that? Give me Wi-Fi. You and your Wi-Fi. You and your Wi-Fi, dude. You and your Wi-Fi, dude.
Round three. Fight.
Upkeep. Electric. Nice. Back from lunch, nice. Welcome back. Hopefully you have a really nice nom nom. Let's do it. What? Do you not know that? Second hit. Electric.
Round two. Fight.
Ah! Ow, ow. Ow! Hell sweep. Another one. Reina is just moving. Reina is moving. Nice. Ooh. What? I hate Wi-Fi. I can't even do the basic stuff. Yeet. Yeet. This guy's actually pretty good, just like some patience. Like they have a good idea on how to open up or open me up without throws. They just need to have patience and I can actually lose this one.
Get ready for the next battle.
It's 7. Yeah, it's 7:04. Maybe I should stop here. Yeah. And then tomorrow I'll play... Gosh, I kinda want to play Power World. Because I recently just got a new dragon and I kinda want to play Power World. Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. Let's play some Power World. And I think my sister is reaching to Czech Republic tonight at 8. Yeah, about an hour later. Nice. Alright. If I keep playing, I might just never stop. I have to stop myself from playing Tekken 8. When it comes to Tekken or fighting games in general that I really enjoy, once I start playing, it's kind of hard for me to stop. Not gonna lie, it's kind of hard for me to stop. Oh. Or maybe it's very hard for me to stop. But it's okay, I did it. Let me... Oh god, sorry. Oh, you guys want to listen to Neko Atsume? Neko Atsume. I recently started playing Neko Atsume, and it's really nice. Right, let's find a raid target. Brecky is streaming now? Ooh. Does he overbold? Jester is still going. Oh my god. I don't think I raided Brecky in a while. Oh. The cat noise scared me. Brecky's doing art? Alright, let's raid Brecky. It has been a while. And then maybe next time I want to raid Dazi or Overbold if I get a chance to. Or even Jester. We're raiding Brecky. I should I should let my throat take a break too. But anyway, let me plug stuff real quick before I end. I'm gonna summon Bernie real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
What's with the lag? And then that's my coffee. I have my Discord. Like I said, there's like a dragon sipping corner. It's pretty much my main thing in the Discord. Here. It's my Discord channel. I just like spamming pictures in it. And then I have my socials. I should probably remove the Twitter one because I feel like I'm not using that as much anymore. Oh, I'm not posting there anymore. I'm just looking at dragon stuff over there only. And just posting into Discord, pretty much. But yeah. I do have a YouTube channel. I haven't uploaded my Resident Evil 4 yet, so it's still in my PC. I haven't uploaded it. But someday I'll continue uploading stuff. Like maybe, yeah, even maybe tonight I'll work on it, right? And then my blue sky is spicy, so do take heed, right? And I think that's pretty much it. I want to go get some rest. My throat is feeling very itchy, so sorry again that pretty much 50% of my stream is just me coughing. I'm sorry. I'm still slowly recovering from this, and I'll be fine. I'm pretty much fine now. So let me just type in the rate to Bracky real quick. There we go. Bracky is doing art currently. Thank you, Kobold. Can I call you Kobold? I'm a Kobold too. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call us Kobold because why not? Thank you. I'll slowly recover from this. It's fine. And okay, I typed the rate to Bracky. And I don't think I'm missing anything. Looking good. Alright, I'm gonna raid Bracky now. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all valid, you know. Very amazing too. My brain just gone. But thank you. Right. You guys made me come back to streaming very special. I suddenly don't know how to talk. It happens most of the time, don't worry. But thank you, I appreciate all of you. And here comes straight to Bracky. I should probably do this as well. Is this? You're awesome. Hey, you're awesome too, Merv. Thank you. I think there's also this. You know what? It's okay. That's a raid message, but of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys to use. It's fine. Okay. That's a raid message. We're gonna raid Bracky's shinies. And I'm sure Bracky as a dragon has a lot of shiny. I'm pretty sure. So we'll see. Maybe tomorrow I'll do more Tekken Night or even just Power World all the way. It's the game that I want to play these days. Okay, I'll wait for the time to go down as I always do. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time. GMT plus 8, 12, around 12 p.m. I'll start. Alright? So take care everyone. I love y'all. You guys are amazing. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Much love. Smooch. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye.